Right. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the channel. It's me, Sergeant Killer Snow, with Snow. I'm sorry. I really need to drink water. I'm like choking on my own tongue. Ah, let me try that again. I'm Sergeant Killer Snow, with Snow Studio Games. And today we are going to be continuing where we left off. Well, not exactly where we left off, actually. Very far beyond where we left off in our development of Portal Pong, a game that I had to come up with and develop in a week. And it's gonna be due for submission by tonight at midnight. So, wait, today is indeed the day. Yes, it is. Okay. I lost track of days. And I lost track of days because I was coding this like an absolute mad lad. So, we're going to go ahead and go to our main scene here. No, actually the Unity screen. So that way we have our background, well, not background, but our vertical monitor as well. Oh, a lot has happened. We now have a full slew of prefabs, including, well, last time we only had our portals, the pong ball, and the paddle. Now we have a row of bricks, brick configuration 1, brick configuration 2, we also had the sound effects already, and floating text. We have a couple new scripts, one of which isn't where it's supposed to be. Why is it not where it's supposed to be? Get over here. Alright. Prefab auto destroy. It's pretty self-explanatory. We had to do that for the pop-up text. So the pop-up text that happens is the floating text prefab, and it will pop up every time we get a scoring event from hitting a brick. It's perfect. So you'll also notice that our paddle has a nice little green skirt. So the paddle's little green skirt here is because my brain is lapsing. I'm sorry. It's where our trigger box is. So the paddle itself has the collision box all over it for its actual physical collision, and then a secondary object on our paddle is the Pong paddle collider. I need to go ahead and change the wording for that as well to trigger check. Perfect. So this trigger check is what holds the box collider with the trigger on it, right? This is what will detect here, hopefully. I have to code it so that way our trigger box is on there as well. I'll continue that here. We'll pull up our player script so that way you can know what I'm talking about. Right. Collision. Right, so right here we have on collision enter 2D. So that's when the ball enters our collider, right? So here in our player, we can put, there's the teleport logic. If the paddle teleport was active, right. I'll need to activate this contingency because someone gave me an absolutely phenomenal idea, and I cannot let this go like uncredited. This came from my buddy Kevin. He is also a designer and attending the school, and he's also a veteran, a Marine. And he gave me the idea to circumvent the little problem that I personally felt existed when being able to teleport between both portals as the paddle. And that problem was that if I wanted to try and like egg just the tiniest edge hit on this to bump it out of not like falling down, but I also didn't want to go all the way through there, it didn't matter. Or rather, if I was lining up myself for that hit and trying not to hit the collider, I would tap it so slightly and then boop, teleport right over here. And that was not, you know, the best. So he said, all right, so why don't you give it a different box that's somewhere near the middle of it? It's smaller than the main thing, and make that what reacts to the portal. So that way the rest of the paddle is still reacting to the ball accordingly. And then you have some leeway. I was like, you son of a bitch. You are so smart. Extreme big brain on that man. Respect all around. So that's what we're doing. Which means we need to write in that's for ball, that's the boundary. Right, all of these are called, the rest of these are called from the portal. Hello, Pong portal. All right. So I commented out if collision. All right. I need to give that paddle something. That's what I'm going to do. So the topmost layer that is the player, yeah, that's fine. But what I'm going to do now is uncomment this, which did work very well. We're going to say collision compare tag in children. Damn. Let me comment this out real quick and do game object dot. By the way, I hope everything is okay with everyone. I hope that whatever type of day you're having is good, whatever time it is, wherever you are. I hope this day finds you well, and I hope that my musings don't bore you entirely out of your minds. And if they do, that's okay. Yeah, there we go. Wait, that's looking for a specific component in children. We first need to find out. Yeah, all they have available is for getting the components in them. Darn. Let me create a new tag. think that's my only real way around it. Is a different tag. For this trigger check. Yep. It's the paddle's core. That is exactly what you are going to be. Paddle core. Heard it first here. I hope that it affects all of it appropriately. But we'll have to go to our start menu first in order to see. I've paused the music so that way we can kind of live this. Turn that down a little bit. This I can actually put the headphones on for. Sorry, it had some of my previously saved audio settings. There we go. Alright, welcome to Portal Pong. I still have to animate the numbers. Oh, there was a null reference here. Hold up. Oh, I know why my code just went nutty. Alright. We don't want any null references, because then that means that things aren't actually working correctly. Or it could mean that something got deleted and the code didn't realize that it was already dead. That happens too often, and I really want to know how to put in, or I want to remember how to put in a little bit like right after the destruction of something, or like right beforehand, or something somewhere that just says, hey, ignore this, don't report this. This isn't important, just ignore it. Because I know it's possible. It's kind of just like preempting the null and being like, listen, I know this is going to happen, just don't. So the reason that this turned up null is because we set the paddle core equal to the Pong player itself. Get component in parent. Yeah. I'm going to go ahead and preempt this for the oh, wait a minute. Yeah, I'm still gonna say in parent. That should fix that up. We're not actively running our debugger because we're not having any flaring incredible problems that really needs it. And yesterday, while I was developing the vast chunk of this, while I had this thing going and it was kind of nonstop, it was taking upwards of like 30 to 45 seconds between me like either saving this and moving over here. Like saving this caused a recompile of everything here, right? And that would sometimes take almost a minute to do. And me as a compulsive saver, because I have lost work far too often to me just being in a flow state and losing track of time, let's say for like a whole day, thinking that like an hour passed and it was far, far more. And then we wind up with the situation where I lose an entire day of work and am very, very upsetty. So I became a compulsive saver. And that was not helping me in in the old department of stuff yesterday. Sorry, I'm starting to get one of my migraines real quick. Really bad timing. So there is a medication that I take that has to come from the TBI clinic, essentially, because I suffered several TBIs, which is traumatic brain injuries, and one of my day-to-day experiences is basically a crapshoot of if I'm gonna have a skull-splitting migraine or not, and that's improved over the years. It has improved over the year, but it still tends to happen. It used to be weekly, but now it's like it's moved on to either bi-weekly to not really being predictable anymore in a positive sense, which is good. I just don't like that it happened now, like starting now as I'm getting into this, but that's okay. That medication that they gave me from the TBI clinic, it is amazing, and it has the power to halt a migraine in its tracks. Yeah. Anyone that's had a migraine right now just practically shat a brick because they're like there's a way to stop it. Yes. Yes. But it is, not good to rely on something like this. It's better to find out what the source of the migraines are and try and treat it, because migraines are not supposed to be a part of the regular experience for us. What was it I was trying to... Oh, right, I need to test this again. That's what it was. Make sure we don't throw any errors. Yeah, that seems reasonable. This is a lie. I had a high score. So I will say that though my ability to load the audio properly has not been perfected yet. Hold up, did that just teleport me to the middle? Okay, no, it didn't. It kinda did. Why is that? That's interesting. So every other time that I teleport through the green portal, it puts me back at the middle. Is it only the green one? It's only the green one. Wait a minute. Did I just do it? Or was... did I just not pay attention? Yeah, no, we're good. Purple's perfect. Why does it not know where it's supposed to start from there? I think I might know. Anyway, things are working, obviously. I do need to check and make sure. Yeah, it's only triggering when I get to the part of my paddle that is the green part there, which is really, really nice. I might even want to shrink that a little bit more. Oh no. we're gonna have to wait for it to get within range again to smack it with the Wrath of God to speed it up again. Yeah! And we lost it. So the way the portals work really makes it difficult to try and figure out a way to work the lose scenario, right? Games like these need a lose scenario. We could put in a mode that has no lose scenario, obviously. But it adds something to it when there's stakes. That's not just a design philosophy. That's just the player becomes more invested when it feels like there is some sort of risk to it. It's the same thing in real life. It's psychology, and people react differently to different things. There are going to be people that say, oh, I hate that. It makes me stressed out, and that's totally fine, because I get that. I get that 100%. In this one, this is one of those games where you could probably have two modes. One that has the stressing feature, the risk feature, and then have the casual or like a beginner mode that doesn't have that risk, so people can enjoy that at all the things that they enjoy about the game with minimal interaction from the thing that they don't want. I like that as a thought. I just don't think that for my version here that it should have a, let's say, like a ball limit. I don't think that dropping the ball should count as a fail, given the very volatile nature introduced by our portal. Because you could be perfect at getting a ball right at a corner in most cases, but what happens when that corner is suddenly on the other end of the room? Like that, you're going to lose the ball, or you're going to wind up spiking it downward accidentally, and there's too many things that could happen that would just lead to primarily very frustrating gameplay, right? So in the future, I could give this several different game modes and try and say, like, okay, and if this game mode was selected, like, this is something that would happen in the game manager or something like that. Like, if this, or a game manager selector, I could have a game manager for each difficulty of play. Yeah. Yeah, no, I can cook with that at another time. Let me not get too caught up with that. Animation. I think that's what I want to try and do next here. We're going to drop our floating text in here. We're going to put that music back on. It is not lowered in volume for me, so I take the headphones off. Un momento. Yeah, that should be good enough. Do that, that, and do that. A little formatting, say. Yes. That'll bring them running. Running, I say. Okay. So there is score. Okay. Where did I put the... Right, it's in sprites somewhere. Animations. Wonderful. to be careful with just using the word float like that. Floating text base anim. That'll work. You want to be careful with naming. Even though my naming tends to go all over the place, and sometimes my coding style will change in the middle of me coding. And that's kind of just because I get bored. Sorry. Sorry, there's no other way to put it. The text mesh. Oh, yeah, we add property. Text mesh. We probably want... Oh, not the text mesh itself, then. What we'd want is, that sweet, sweet transform. You know what? Probably the scale, too. Yeah. So let's say... is there a way that I could see this in, like, seconds? Oh, no. Alright, I'm not going to worry about it too much. Our starting scale... Ooh, so the scale is already smaller. That's right. Yes. That is where you start. And now we're going to jump on over... Wait a second. Aha! It figured itself out. Well now, isn't that wonderful? I think we can cut that to about there, though. I think there's actually better. Alright, so we have that, and then for position. Well now. That we can work on. Don't you have a slider version of it? There you go. Okay. I think that might work. Damn! We'll make sure that animation is not set to loop. Speaking of, we should probably go get that animation. Where are you hiding again? You're in not scripts, you're in sprites, you're in animations, and you are insane. No loop time. You don't do that here. Okay, so now that that is set, and it knows not to loop it, we'll do it once and be done. Right. I know that the preview is going to keep on looping it. It's going to drive me insane. I can't think of anything else that it could possibly need. So we're going to... I should disable that. That's right. We attach that, and we're good. Oh wait, it doesn't know what to do. without an avatar? Really? You are fool. Because that tells me that you know what to do. Now, I want to make sure that the actual floating text here can do the same thing. It's weird that the text starts at a lower... Actually, the angle might help. The angle might actually help. Let me check that out. After going to... you are going to let me adjust things, right? Right. Never mind. You might not. Where's the floating text here? Alright, we adjusted it here, though, so that's fine. We adjusted it in the animation, so it's fine. Which means that everything that this is technically a deviation. Goodbye. Perfect. Oh. Wait, let me go back to this and disable that space cannon. We haven't fully started on that yet. But we're going to. We'll get to that here. We're also going to build a wall. Great big doors that no one will ever open. Oh no, it's spawning them from location 0. It's all spawning from there. Okay. So now it has an animator, and the animation has nothing in it. Are we doing this for a reason? Yes. Yes, we are. Okay, so you do know where to spawn when the animator isn't involved. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. You were making me doubt myself for a little bit. Yeah, see, there's that null reference for something on disable or disappearing or something, and it's because it was getting destroyed. Wait a minute. It's in the input manager where it's happening. I don't know why I'm letting it bother me so much. Yeah, void on disable. I'm aware. Pending. Okay, so here are our destroy options. Trying to figure out if there's a way to make it like skip its own on disable if it's being destroyed that way. Because I don't want it to just disable any new instances, because that's what's happening, is that when we go back to the main menu, it's technically going ahead and recreating everything that starts in the main menu, in the start screen. And technically, in the start screen, is where we introduce all of our managers and canvases that are all interlinked and stuff. And the only reason that I don't have that, like... Why don't I? It's a very good question. Why don't I? What does my recode say about this? Recode. Oh, recode. Open up now. Where, pray tell, did I have that screen? Oh yeah, it's already open. Top-down initializer. Right. Run before the scene loads, and then we attach that, or we have it available in the first initial scene, which would be the start menu scene, and then before it actually loads, it would go ahead and initialize all of our stuff. And then it would instantiate from the resources that I created, the resources folder there. And I thought that was a problem because I couldn't interlink the managers and the canvases from the resources folder, but I'm stupid because I just did that here by including them all in Pong persistence, along with the event system and main camera that's needed for carrying over into the next scene as well. So I could technically instantiate all of it. Like that. I'm a madman. But yeah, that means that everything in here should already be preset and like preloaded for this with all of our settings already interlinked, because both of the reference prefabs are already here along with all of their locations, and all of their buttons are going to be referencing... Sorry, that's the scoreboard. Also, it's a part that you can't see because I'm blocking it. But let's see, our start button here. Yeah, all the right stuff is there. So, fuck it. The Pong persistence is key. It is here. It's queer and it's here to stay. God damn. Alright, so that means I need to go ahead and create for this a new C script that is going to be the Pong initializer. And we're going to basically just kind of do this snatch that up and toss that into this, and then change the name to Pong. It's wonderful, isn't it? I need to load the exact name that I have there. This code is whenever I reference my recode, it's a project that I have set to the side where I was recoding a game that I made called Eternal Conflict for one of my classes. It was one of my final projects. I enjoyed making it, and some of my core testers really responded positively to it. So I wanted to kind of continue that, and I was recoding it to be more efficient and to just kind of be a little smarter and a little better. And while I was doing it, it kind of turned into my little testing ground, right? For me to toss in a bunch of different advanced concepts and code practice and all this other stuff. And I kind of let it run away from being the recode specifically for, you know, for Eternal Conflict. And that's my bad. But it gave me a lot of code to work with, right? So I've been constantly making sure to reference back to it whenever I need a little reprieve in trying to design or create new scripts to make things run. Why bother if I already have things made? And if it will work properly. And if it can't, will I be able to modify it enough and it still be a shortcut? Right? If it takes more work, it's not a shortcut. Mm-hmm. We're putting in good comments so that way it knows exactly what's going on. All managers, canvases / menus, event system, and input controls. Literally everything is in there. Signed me by my given name and me by my stream name, which has my earned rank. So that's all I can claim after I leave the military is, well, that's all I've been able to claim after I left the military, besides my copious amounts of disability, is I have my rank. And a little bit of education to go with it. It's not too shabby. Hey Darklight, yeah, this is definitely a project for class, but I always try and create things that I want to bring forward and try and make like a full release game in the future, because to me there's no point in just making something that's a throwaway, right? And technically none of it is a throwaway if it's, you know, something new that I'm learning, but the thing for rapid game development is just being able to develop these concepts quickly and spit them out. And what it's, I'm assuming what it's teaching on a very, very strict and rigorous scale is how to keep scope and how to build simpler for game development, which is definitely an important designer tactic, because if we get too lost in the sauce of other people's departments of design, we're not gonna finish like our core problem. We're not going to do what we need to do because we're getting too distracted by shiny things and other designs. Right? So if they only give me a week to complete things, then I have to complete the very core concept of the game and make sure that that is working to a non-buggy, excellent degree before I submit it. And that means that I'm going to have a good core concept game ready to be built on, right? So what we're doing is we're polishing up the things that, you know, we kind of want to see in what it is right now. And then we're going to put in a threat because there needs to be a lose condition. We need to build a win screen that will pop up when you actually win. And then a lose screen for if you lose all your health, which we're going to go with freaking lasers. All right. So we're going to use some lasers. We're going to build those probably next here after we get this persistence, because technically once I delete this Pong persistence thing here, we won't be able to see anything. At least not on the game scene. We'll probably still see things here. I've commented that. It's saved. It should do the thing. So technically, if I slap the initializer right there on that, yeah, that ought to do it. Yeah, it'll already be loaded into don't destroy on load, and then I technically, in this Pong persistence, have a don't destroy script, which will put me into the, you know, don't destroy on load list already. But all this other stuff is already going to take effect before I would technically be placed into the don't destroy on load. So since this is going to preload my Pong persistence with don't destroy, all of this is going to fire, and then it's going to run this. Let me see if there's a way to... No, that just adds it. That's a class. That's this class. So there really is no way to just check that, huh? Wild. Okay. We'll ignore it then. We'll hope that it doesn't cause an issue if it's already on there. If it is, I could... yeah. It's part of my modular script. I'll just leave it as is. Delete from there. Pong initializer should do all the work. Let's test that right now. Oh no. Object you want to instantiate is null. How is it null? Did I misspell it? Ah, I did. I typed in the wrong name. I typed in the name of the script instead of the prefab that needs to be loaded. That has literally the whole game on it. Hey, man, welcome. .2.1 next week? No, sir. Let me pull up the 2.1 here. It says due date is by the end of this module. And yet if we go to this and I pull this out over here, they give us a calendar, right? So we have upcoming events, September 10th. It says that, oh, hey, shit. No, you are right. Yo, I thought this shit was due legit tomorrow. You are 100% right, Ab, man. I did so much work in the past 2 or 3 days and didn't sleep. But you're right. You're right. Oh my god. Oh my god, I did so much. Okay, so you know what? We're gonna have a lot more available when we turn this game in. This is gonna be a really good 1-week project, okay? Okay. Oh god damn it. I misread the fucking calendar. Either that or they fucking changed it on me because they have done that before, but I swear to God, I thought that said that it was due the same time that this first module was due. Because there was nothing really in the create a system spec assignment. It wasn't exactly a rough one. I think I may have gotten confused because of combat design since I wasn't able to have that class until the second week of class. I'm so annoyed. Thank you so much. You are a real one. You put me in my place and helped me realize that I don't need to stress about this. Because if it's already, like, kind of good, the stuff loaded. Oh yeah, that's a vibe. No, let's turn that down a little bit. Alright. So our volume sliders, they work. If I put this on max, you can hear the difference in the music volume, right? You can't hear the SFX volume until we're in game, and you can access this menu in game as well. I like keeping things relatively quiet when I have the headphones on. They're very strong. So our return button works, right? You can hit quit. It's not going to do anything for me because we're in the editor, so it's not just going to close out the editor. But typically when you hit quit, I coded it so that way when on click, it will go ahead and save your preferences as well. So it should save your audio, which it does. It's when it tries to recall that audio where it winds up having problems, and you probably wind up with no sound when you load the game again, and then all the sound bars are going to say that they're at max, even though you can't hear anything. And then when you wiggle the ones that you need to, or just wiggle all of them, it doesn't really matter, the volume all, like, starts retracking itself again, so it's good. Alright, so game is launched. We have our lovely little portals, and you know what? Can I get a full screen? I technically can. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, those buttons, I disabled them. Good. We'll launch it at a full screen another time. Oh, right, the animation. I have to figure out why it was doing the weird thing as well. But now I have so much time. As you can see, the multiplier does kick in once you hit the right threshold of bounces. They're multiples of 5, and there's 4 tiers of multiplier. So you get your first... You're always going to be at a 1x multiplier, but after 5 bounces, it's going to start really mattering, because then you can... There you go. Yeah. I said it so if you manage to get to the 4th tier of bounces consecutively without dropping the ball, it'll double your multiplier. So instead of ×4, you get a ×8 multiplier. And that's how you get the good high scores, by not dropping this thing. And doing stuff like that. Getting it up there for those sweet, sweet moments of just extra bouncy insanity. I lost my multiplier because I got impatient and decided to go too fast. Yeah. Aw. Something happened to it. Okay. So this is also a sign that that our initializer's working, because we're able to start the game and we're actively playing it effectively. Things are going well. I'm going to toss on those animations after I go ahead and have a high score set there. Which hopefully won't take too long there, right, physics? So people should know that if you manage to hit this ball, like, directly with the side of your paddle, there's a good chance that any number of issues can happen, such as the ball winding up going completely horizontal somewhere up here and just staying up there, because there's no other thing to change its force or to diminish it, because there's no gravity and there's no drag. So it would just stay up there bouncing back and forth between the portals. Yes, I did use the Five Nights at Freddy's cheering children stock sound, alright? That's my placeholder for not having the what do you call it? The menu pop up saying, hey, you won. But hey, look, we've got a high score there now, right? So that means that if we do this and go to... Oh, let me turn that down a little bit more. We can go back to game, which is nothing right now. We can technically launch it and let it bounce to nothing, but it's not really going to do anything. So we go to the start menu. And going to start game goes ahead and resets. But in our start menu, we have our high score. I hit quit, which technically launches the save, and the high score is one of the player prefs that gets saved for us, because that's what I coded, and that means, hopefully it'll show in the editor. I know for a fact it shows when in the build version of this. Oh, look at that! We just closed it out, reloaded it, and the first thing we see is our high score. Yeah. But you know what we don't have? That awkward silence is the answer. Because we don't have music. And it's because you just gotta wiggle those a little bit, and it'll remember what it had to do. I need to figure out what I'm doing wrong there, because it's obviously remembering the volume that it was supposed to be at, because once you wiggle it, it starts at the volume that was, you know, the saved one, and then it shoots up to the max volume because you started wiggling near the top, of course. Every 0 point something value of movement that happens on that slider is going to be updated and change the volume. Unfortunately, the way volume works is the whole reason why we can't have like an easy way of getting this, apparently. Because the way that the volume mixers work, I'm going to go ahead and open up our sound mixer manager. And then open up the game again. I'll click back into the game so we have sound. So while we're here, you can see everything for our little sound mixer manager. This is what governs the music, swaps it when we need it to. So when we... I want to change this to a switch statement at some point too. I just need to get better and more confident at writing switch statements. But we have the audio master value, and then it's set right above the set master volume. So set master volume is what the slider for master volume goes to. So when I'm changing this, it's calling this code right here. Sorry, not that one. Set master volume right there. It's calling this one, right? And it's setting that float value of master volume to a logarithmic, a base 10 logarithm of the float volume level that we're choosing. And since, you know, I'm not a mathematician, I don't remember exactly what logarithmic functions are for, much less a base 10 logarithmic function of a specific number. And that specific number would be the float number that we chose between 0 and 1, which is 0% to, 100%. And then it would multiply that value by 20. And that is how volume works for this. In this engine, this is how we get accurate volume. Yep. It's crazy. It's mad. But that's what we have to do, which is why I'm like still kind of racking my head as to how to properly tell the save code to reference this, right? So let me open up the game prefs manager. And here we see, private audio wake. We make sure that this is the only instance of itself, so that way there's no conflicts. And the reason we do that is because right here, private void start. If player prefs has a high score, we want it to load data. Load data, we'll go ahead and go pull the sound mixer's master volume. Wait a minute, did I accidentally? Okay, no, I put that in start. We're good. It'll pull the mixer's master volume. It is the set master volume, bleh, which is the exact function that our sliders use, right? So our sliders are using that same function to set our the thing. What does the debug log do? Which debug log? You talking about this? This one right here? That came from our initializer? I just have that there to go ahead and remind myself where things are and what's happening. So when this happens, I know that I just loaded up all of the persistence stuff and I loaded it from the Pong initializer script. So if I got confused as to why that was happening or where it was happening from, I just need to go ahead and now I know exactly what script it's in. I can go into the initializer script and figure out what is loading up at start if something is wrong at the start. And it's not just for me, obviously. The reason that we put in a lot of these debug logs and these comments and stuff is for other coders, programmers, scripters, developers, technical artists, and people like that to go ahead and be able to know where to find certain things and what certain things are meant to do. Because let's say that you couldn't figure out how to do like the super genius way to do something, right? Let's say that you don't know how to do the thing that the guy that's been doing this for 30 years knows how to do. But you know the baby steps to kind of emulate it. It's not going to be as efficient. It's not going to be as good. It's probably going to be a little clunky. But you can do it, right? Other people won't know what your thought process was to go through those clunky extra steps to get to that other thing, right? Not unless you comment it and put debug strings and stuff so that way you know where things might have a hitch. Typically, I will save putting the actual debug logs later on in something because I like to use them primarily when I am actively debugging something. Like I'll put debug log teleport trigger here. I had a teleport trigger check line of code that I was transferring all over the place trying to figure out where my teleports were messing up for various different things. Because first, it was because I didn't have the teleporters set to use on trigger, and I didn't have them set to triggers, so there was actual collision for those portals, which meant that the ball would hit the portal and get teleported, but because it hit a solid object, all of its x velocity, its sideways velocity, was lost. So when it came out the other end of the portal, it would just kind of drift down or drift up, depending on which angle it was going at. And it would kind of retain the same velocity of like its up or down momentum. So if you were going really up, like shooting up at a good angle, it loses all the x velocity, so it just carries itself all the way up and shoots up and then shoots straight back down once it hits something. So it was a problem. And then using that one little bit of code of debug.log with some parentheses, quotes, teleport check. That's it. I dragged that to 3 different scripts and like at least 10 different points in each of those scripts. And I eventually found where my issues were for several things. It was good. But yeah, that's what that is. We can close out the Pong initializer. Player prefs. This is something I need to remember here. So I'm gonna put a comment here to I'm giving myself a little note. Go ahead and toss music back on for y'all because we're not running the game. Hydrate, it's important. And on the note of hydration, I'm gonna go grab my second energy drink for today. Mm. Okay. Wrong one. There we go. We're back. We're back. We're back. Excellent flavor on that. Okay. Man, Kevin, absolute hero with that recommendation for the paddle trigger. All right, our initializer, good. Animation. Let's get back to that animation before I lose my place and my mind. Which means I believe we can just kind of jump into the floating text. Yep, right here. Floating text base, add property. Position, we're going to change the scale of this to already be 0.25. We'll do it like this, but I think I want to change something. Is that what I wanted to change, really? No. Giving it a little bit of an angle is nice. There it is. All right, so for character size, I think I can have it start off at 0.5 and raise it to 1 instead of changing the scale of this. That'll be nice. It's weird that Z offset doesn't have anything there. Alright. Is there anything else on here that I can use? No. So 0.25 for scale. If I'm going to be using the character size, then I technically don't need to change this up. Now do I? So if we're going to take character size, we'll add property, text mesh, and character size right there, and we'll start you off at 0.25. And you will grow up to be a full-sized 1. That's crazy. Crazy terminology. Yeah. Yeah. Awesome. Nice. That looks smooth. And now, to make it fast. That should honestly be everything for that. So if we now back out of that, let's see how that looks. Wait a minute. Okay, the animator is on. I thought I saw that look a little different just a split second ago. Okay. It's putting them back up to 0 location. Why? Why does it taunt me so? Okay. It's not like these animation properties can be exposed, right? I think I'm also going to put my input actions up here. Pop off of there. Yeah, it'll go right there. I might want to rethink that too. What about there? Kinda good. Animator. The fuck. Oh my god, I understand it. Oh god. Okay. Why won't you let me? Alright, fine. Give me the ability to paste it. Why? Let me copy this component then. You won't let me. Alright. Mesh renderer. Let's get that sweet, sweet monster material. Wrong one, actually. That's the one. No, that's variant. Oh no. It's just like Monster Hunter. I'm losing things to variants everywhere. Yeah, no, that's the one. I don't know why it's still registering that there's a shader for a non-existent material, but whatever, engine. I'll hunt it down later, and I will see to it that it is gone. But for now, that's that stuff right there. And we wanted to add text. Font monster. Good. Let's go back up here and see. Oh, it did choose the variant as the material. Gross. Oh my god, do you not remember how to thing? That's alright, looks like we might need that variant actually. Gross. Come here, variant that technically doesn't exist. No casting shadows. The fuck? No receiving shadows either. Fuck. It's been over an hour, I can curse. Additional settings. Camera motion. Per object motion. Ooh. Interesting. Gonna ignore those though. No anchor overrides needed. Calling transparent mesh is a absolute yes. Hit them with the italics. Character size would be set to 0.25 because of this. But if I remove the animator, and now technically remove this, because the text mesh depends on it. Okay, well, how about we remove that and this? Oh look, all you have left is a auto destroy. Wonderful. That's all you deserve. Alignment, middle. I fucked up. This is the wrong thing. Text mesh. Or else we wouldn't need the mesh renderer. Yep. So we're gonna type score. No character offset. And there's the font. Oh no. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot we could just choose regular font material and it won't do weird things. I think that is alright. Font style. Font size. Yeah, we'll leave it for 0 to use the default font size. No need to go crazy about that. Although that character size, oh yeah, we're gonna tinker with that. because this is where we will go. Animator. Woo! I saw that. OBS just gave me a little heart attack. A reconnection. Nice. At least it reconnected though. All right. I'm gonna cancel that because we just need to add the animator. And use the floating text controller. We're gonna remove that property and this property, and we're gonna add some new properties to this. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, giving us only the rect transform. The transform of the rect. Like, bro, you didn't give me another, like, actual transform? What is this? That changes nothing. So that's not the property I want. Oh no. So does that mean I have to... I'm probably going to have to figure out how to do it with the... with text mesh and something else here. Oh, wait a minute. There we go. It would be one of the anchor things, right? It would be the... Yep. Character size. Store at a 0.25. And then at... Ah, hello. I do wonder, though, are you going to try to make save data or online system for the high score to keep track of the scores? I do know you go above and beyond the Call of Duty. I'm going to start out with just saving the player prefs locally, so that way people can challenge themselves. But I will look into what it would take for me to go ahead and maybe host just like a singular drive that will keep track of X amount of people's stuff. I don't see this going super large. So, I don't know. I think I have an extra drive that's a terabyte or so lying around that I could turn into just a database that'll hold on to that. It's just a float value. It's definitely possible. I'll have to look into how to do that. Because I don't want to... What I don't want to do is I don't want to have to pay for, like, a cloud service to retain that data for me. I don't. I just don't want to deal with them. I would rather, if I'm going to hold on to my users' data, that it's going to be me holding on to that information, which is just their high scores, in a database kind of thing. That's fine. That is totally fine. I have no problem leaving something operational like 24/7 to go ahead and let people play and update their scores regularly. And then if it ever happens that it needs to go down for maintenance, then just be like, hey, during these times you won't be able to upload your score, and then I'll create a score upload. A score upload button would be an easy way to facilitate that. Actually, instead of having it be a constantly auto-synced thing, they can choose if they want to upload their score. And something for the future. I like that. Add the key there and set that size to 1. Boop. Awesome. Rect, transform, pivot. Okay. Interesting. Hmm. It got rid of the thing anyway. It's still showing the size difference. Why? There. We wanted no changes. Okay. Now, starting over here. Oh my god, there were other things here. Monsters. No wonder. Oh, also my captions are in the way. Oh well. It's just animator stuff. Looking at keyframes. So, now that I've gotten rid of all those other ones, let's zoom back into these nice, just close-up ones. We don't want it to be like a full 60 frames just for that thing to pop up. We don't need numbers popping up to look that smooth. It just needs to do-dip and then disappear. And that is what we will do. Damn it. We'll add the key here. We'll set that to 1.5. It's not doing anything. Maybe not visibly here, but we'll take a look at it in the actual game when we do it. Let's set this back to 0.25. And then over here, we'll add a key for it to be at 1. Okay. Hope that would work. We got rid of the stuff on there. The animator is now magically showing itself as on, when just a second ago we all saw that it was a blue box with no check mark in it. But that's okay. That's okay. It's fine. It's fine. I'm not going to hold any kind of grudge for it trying to make me look a fool. I can look a fool just fine on my own, damn it. Would have been great if I grabbed a different set of headphones and it was just like cat ears, but I don't own those types of headphones because their quality is usually junk. But I totally would. Just for the laughs. Never underestimate the value of something being able to bring laughter. All right. Hey. All right, cool. There is no text message attached to... Oh, right. Right. Correct. So now that we have done the thing and made it pop up in the correct areas, well, now we have this little problem here. In that it is looking for... Where are you? Pop-up score. Yes. And you were looking for the text mesh in get component, right? So before, when I was trying to, you know, move things around for the Pong player, for the paddle and the teleportation, and you saw me kind of fiddling with that, and I had to put get component in parent. This is even more common than get component in parent, at least for my games, is get component in the children. It's always the damn children. Now they will be safe. It was looking for text mesh in the base thing of the floating text, but we just attached it to a child component underneath it, so that way it'll spawn the main prefab where it needs to be, which is going to be at the location that we tell it to. And then the animation will go ahead and start playing for the subcomponent attached to that, which will always choose relative 0 as its location. 0 relative to its parent component. So that empty floating text that only has a transform and a prefab attached to the top of it, that's not what we're interacting with when, or rather, that's not what our game manager is interacting with. It doesn't really give a shit about that. It only cares about it so much as that it is the parent of the component that we need, so it'll reference them as it needs to. It's almost like common courtesies out in the real world. If you're going to be talking to someone's child, they better be present. That parent better fucking be there. Don't be that guy. Anyway, so we're going to go ahead and hit play. Oh, sound. Hey, there it is. The sizing looks good too. It goes from the smaller version to the larger version. We're at tier 3 multiplier. Tier 4 bumps us up to double the multiplier. We're doing it. We are becoming mighty Portal Pong players. Go ahead. Man, it's just begging. You yeeted off into the distance. How dare you? I didn't have a chance. Oh. That was so rude. One of the bricks bounced it too fast away from me. Wait a minute. I just realized something else that I need to change then. Yeah, I'm gonna go change that thing now, actually. In our Pong ball, when we enter a portal, no, it's not the Pong ball, it's the portal, isn't it? Maybe. Maybe. Nope. It's in the Pong ball under the prep, right? There it is. That needs to be such a small fraction of a second. It's literally 1% of a second. That's all I want it to wait to check to see if it's still got, or rather before it turns all of its collisions back on, because that's what this teleport logic does, is it temporarily turns off the collider and the trigger box for our various teleporting objects, which would be the ball and the paddles. So if those have their collider and their trigger technically disabled, then technically they can't interact with anything. So very important code for it to turn it back on, but I think what happened was that it hit, I think the ball hit a paddle, or rather a brick on the side as it came out of the portal, hit that brick and bounced off so fast that it went through the portal's collider. Like it ignored it because it didn't have its full collision back after bouncing off something. And then it was just like, oh, wait a minute. It bounced off something. Its collider should have been turned back on then. So why did it disappear into the ether? Did it possibly go off too fast? Was velocity at stake here? Or at fault? These are questions. By the way, if you're curious as to what this specific bit of code here is, since that's a very unusual number to see fully typed out in code, that is the exact position of our character at the start of the game. Or rather, that's like the middle position that our character starts at. So I picked that as just kind of a main spot to go back to if, for whatever reason, our paddle hits one of the boundaries. And the boundaries in our level are located at... Let's close prefabs, resources, scripts. Technically, I actually want to close sprites. Those scenes. That's what I wanted. Let's go to the Portal Pong game. All right. So here's the Portal Pong. You can't see anything. I don't have a camera here. All right. So when we're in game, this is just about pretty much what you'll see, except it'll be stretched properly so that way you don't have gray background, right? So our environment here is the background. The back wall. The back wall has the sprite that you're seeing, which is that capsule that I just stretched out. And then it's got that collider. See, we're doing the thing where we constantly put the collider on its own separate child object so that way we can control it better. Because children are better controlled by their parents. And now we go and minimize that back wall. So the other parts are the boundaries. They have different tags. I tag those as boundary. I tag this as wall. Whatever's tagged as wall, the ball will just bounce off of. If it's tagged as a boundary, it will teleport the ball directly onto our paddle and mount it to the paddle, because that counts as a reset. Now that, and the reason that our portals, or that and our portals just randomly yeeting things, or the thing that just happened where the ball either went too fast through it or something unseeable happened that caused the ball to need to reset again, I don't want that to take away a life from a player. And I don't think the system will know what the cause of that interaction is going to be. All it's going to know is that a hit happened, a collision hit happened, a trigger hit happened, whatever it's calling to, and it's going to say, hey, what are we supposed to do when this happens? Oh, reset. Yeah, run that, do it. It's not going to ask why. So the fact that that can happen at any moment leads me to not want to make that my player's problem, you know? So we're going to rework this so that way we don't have to worry about dropping the ball being what causes a player to lose a life. It'll be this space cannon. It doesn't have a sprite yet, but we have the setup here already made out of empty objects. So underneath our parent object, which has its own physical collider, we have the cannon sprite. And we're going to attach to this cannon sprite a sprite renderer. And then we're going to choose a sprite to use as a canon. I'll figure it out. I will also make this a little bit larger. Hey, look at that. I said a little bit larger, and I've wound up with actual fun to look at stuff. I'm thinking of using one of the ships and just kind of like flipping it, inverting it, doing something with it, saying that that's the cannon. Or I could try and keep things a little simpler. but I think it's a good choice. Oh, wait, I totally forgot as well. Ah, my bad, because I'm wearing the headphones, and I didn't think about it. But I was like, damn, it's real quiet through these headphones. It's because I was wearing them. I'm not supposed to be. They are there for you guys. I might need to dig through my sprites and find a better choice. Oh, okay, yeah, sure. Just ignore that I told you to slide over. That's fine. Okay, so I need to go into my system backup. Yep. Sprites. Sprites, sprites, sprites. Fantasy things. Nope, those are the relics that I used once upon a time. These are a bunch of backgrounds, which would be cool, technically. I turned that into a turret at one point, but that was a fantasy enemy. Transparent icons. Hey, I could use some of these. I could definitely use some of these. Oh yeah, I could oh yeah, we're gonna open this up right now. We're gonna drop that there. I'm gonna use this possibly as a I want to use that as a missile launcher, or this as a missile? It's okay. I think I'll use this one. And then we'll use this icon as... Oh, wait, no, not that one. I think I want... that one? This one. Okay. I know y'all couldn't see which ones I was looking at, but we got them. So we're going to highlight all three. We're going to go ahead and make sure that we take away their compression, make sure that they're set to point, no filter. And we're going to hit apply. I'm going to call this one the fidget spinner. We're not actually going to use that one right now, but I have that in there because I had an idea written down in my notes for the things that I want to do for this game. Is that I want one of the modifiers, one of the power-ups to be a fidget spinner that would get, you know, it would almost act like a skin, a reskin of the ball. And it would get rid of it after, you know, a reset would happen. But I would want the fidget spinner to be a much larger version of the ball, in that it would have 3 balls attached to it, right? So I'm gonna magnify this a lot here. This is a much larger jumbo version of what I'm talking about, right? So this is the sprite I kind of want to use on it, and then I want to put like an invisible ball. Like I'm gonna take the Pong ball and I'm gonna attach 3 of them to it, and I'm gonna take away their usual like sprite. I'm just gonna get rid of the sprite entirely. It's not needed. And then it's just going to exist as 3 codes for the Pong ball. I will turn off their physical collision and make them completely trigger based. So that way, while they're in fidget spinner mode, they'll just be triggers, and then the fidget spinner will pass through like a phantom. So you'll launch it from your paddle, and it'll pass through, spinning its way through the things, and each ball will count as a hit for each brick that it touches. Until it, you know, bounces. It'll only ever bounce off of the wall for physical collision, and the paddle for physical collision. Everything else is just going to pass in between and just be spinning and decimating everything. I think I'll probably limit it to a bounce count of 5. So if it bounces 5 times, that includes off of the back wall or the paddle. So if it bounces off of them, then we're just going to go ahead and say, hey, 5, that's all you get. It's an overpowered item. Always got to think about the reining things in when you want to think about games that will need a balance of some sort. Because if you just let someone with basic, physics knowledge be able to bounce around something like a jumbo fidget spinner with destructive qualities, the world's over. Ah. Right, so we only zoomed in on that. We weren't actually making it bigger, which is, good. Cannon sprite. We're going to make the sprite for the cannon this, and we're going to flip it upside down. And then we go ahead and increase that side. Yeah, buddy. Let's make it around like that. And... yes. Aw. Set that to 1 for the Z because it doesn't need to be larger on the Z scale. It's a sprite. Remember, Z is depth, so when you're working in 2D, you really don't need to worry about the Z. Z is introduced with 3D. You do still kind of have to worry about Z as a rotational scale, because when you rotate on, I think it's, yeah, when you rotate on Y, you're basically flipping your sprite to be, flat sideways, where it would be invisible. Same with X, it would just be that way until it's, a flat thing. But rotating it on its depth angle is why we can do stuff like that. Huzzah! Set that back to a true 0. Alright. I want to set this to a 1. Make sure that it's popped up a little bit. Not going to be hidden behind any of the other stuff. Now the muzzle is here for a specific reason. I want to mark where things will be launched from on this thing. Also, I think I want to flip this back. I don't want to have it flipped up the other way. It's going to be spiked into the scoreboard, and then it's going to these things right here are going to be what fire. That is what I want. Undo those motions on that. So I'm going to go ahead and make that middle eye thing the muzzle, quote unquote. Our physical box for this will be scooted up just ever so slightly. I said slightly, and I said up. Technically, it could use a little bit of a, a little something, but it's probably not going to get it. There we go. Make it a 1.5. 0.75. Nice. I can live with that. Okay. So this muzzle will have a... No, I don't think the muzzle is going to be what has it. Sheesh. The main script should be on the space cannon itself. The muzzle think I'm gonna do a laser origin 1 and 2. All right, laser origin 1, right there. Laser origin 2, right there. I'm gonna zoom in because I want to make sure that these are at the same points, and I can see that they're not. So we're gonna make that the inside of the red square the mutual point there. Mutual point of interest. All right, so that's going to be where we instantiate lasers from, right? And this trigger check is already set to be a trigger box. Is it needed as one? Probably not. But just in case, you know? All right, now we have to make the script. So create script. New behavior script. You'll see that pop up just above, you know, Snow Studio Games. Should hit a like and sub if you want to keep following for stuff like this. Or to see variety games where I absolutely tear them apart and say what they absolutely could have done better and what they should have done better and what they probably did do better until their corporate fucknuts told them to do other stuff. Anyway, the script. Tangents must rein in the tangents. Okay. Oof. Sorry. Space cannon. All right. So let's get rid of system collections and system collections generic for right now because I don't see myself using arrays or oh, wait a minute. Yes, I do. Yes, the F I do. Oh, yeah. Yeah. We're definitely going to need it. It might be a list, though. I think I could do a list. Because then with a list, I could at least turn it into an array if I need an array to use. But, yeah, I think we'll work it. So, I'll leave both of those in there, actually. Script. Space Cannon script. On the Space Cannon. Yes, that is such a useful comment. I got this. For control. Firing of the Space Cannon's lasers. And all other micro functions of the laser and oh, not the laser, of the cannon and its child components. All right, now we can get rid of the stuff here. Goodbye. So, first things first, we are going to want a We're going to do serialize field. And we're also going to do range of 0f 0.1 nah 0f and what's the other range that I want to go for here? I want to fire what every variable 7 seconds. Oh, you're gonna be a nuisance, aren't you? Fine. Oh, did I just need to do that? Was it parentheses I was missing? Because I would really like to be able to keep it in here. And if I can do that, then that just would be awesome. I can. Excellent. So what this does is it combines several attributes. So everything that's in those brackets is going to be attributes that I am assigning to this variable. So one of the attributes I want is for it to be a serialized field, because I want it to be something that I can define in the editor. But I don't want it to be a public variable that can be controlled from anywhere else. So I'm going to make it private, but serialized field lets us still see and tinker with it in here, this area above my head. I realize that my mouse can be hard to see on streams, so I will wind up looking for those fancy mouse apps. And by fancy mouse apps, I don't mean like, oh, Razer mouse shit. No, I'm talking about just those fancy cursors. Not a mouse thing, a cursor. I want a flashy cursor that will grab attention, so that way I can find it, because I will lose it all the time. I always lose my cursor. Okay, tangent. Going on a tangent again. Sorry. Private float fire rate. Or let's say cooldown. What else do we need? We need this to know that it needs to instantiate a game object called lasers. And those lasers are going to be what will cause damage to the paddle. So we want to, again, serialize field, but we don't need to attach a range for this one. Make it a private game object. And we're going to call that prefab for, let's see, laser prefab. Also gonna make that a lowercase l. And then I'm going to run and go pee real quick. I'll be right back. No, you can't come with me. I'm back. Oh, let's see. Your game kind of reminds me of Age of Swing, a game for my probably from my childhood back in the early Xbox 360 days that had online co-op on it. Hmm. Now, typically, I'd be like, "Oh man, that's really cool," and yes, that is really cool. But I'm also now curious. Let's see. Images.google.com and Age of Swing for 360. Oh no way! That yeah, that looks so cool. Also, I'm flattered that my 2D game reminds you of this 3D awesomeness. It actually looks really nice. Brian review Age of Swing arcade. Oh, okay, so it wasn't like actually 3D. The backgrounds were like 3D stuff, and the movement was like simulating 3D. I like the way it looks. That's cool. I like that. Yeah, no, it's definitely going to be a different thing, a different vibe. I'm noticing that it's either coming from the hero or from the villain on one of these screenshots, but I'm seeing like a spray, like an arc, a half circle that's traveling, and it looks like a traveling arc of bombs. And I actually do want to have a power up that will release not bombs, not an arc of bombs like that, but to release like one or two extra balls out onto the field that would be specially coded to not, uh, you know, bounce back to the paddle after they disappear. Or if they do, they only do it like 2 or 3 times. I'd have to make like backup points for them to go to. And if there are no backup points on there for them to go to, then that's when they disappear. Or if they have had a certain amount of resets. I like this. I can build way too much into this. This is gonna be fun. Also, I want to thank you again, admin. Really, you letting me know that I don't need to submit this tonight. I can put some good stuff in here. I have time to figure out my audio issue, which I was just gonna leave in there. The audio issue of like loading the audio and it not loading properly and just being at 0 and the volume sliders at like 1. Thank you. Whew. I just thought about it again. My brain was gonna try and stress me out again because it loves doing that. And then as soon as it started, one of the techniques that I learned over the years of therapy is disprove your doubts, like your anxiety and stuff like that. The best way to cease anxiety and to kind of stop it in its tracks is to use logic and use things that are provable, because a lot of anxiety is fear of what if. So prove to yourself that what if isn't that bad, or that what if has kind of already happened and it doesn't matter, right? In this case, my what if is, what if I don't get things done by tonight? And you are now the reason why I can officially disprove that and say it doesn't fucking matter, because it's not due by tonight. It's due in a whole other week. I have the amount of time to develop this that I would have actually wanted to have to develop a much more like detailed, bigger game, rather than just one level of a Pong thing. Now I can make other levels and I can add on to it and I can do some crazy shit. Thank you. Oh. Just had another couple of ideas. All right. Oh. Yeah. Oh, yeah. This is going to be crazy. God, there's so much to do with Portal Pong. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I know that y'all can't see what's going on in my brain to know why I'm spazzing the fuck out right now. Okay, so I'm gonna take a moment. We're gonna go to the chatting screen here, right? And I'm going to, in this chatting screen, turn on the main display so that way there's something to look at. And I'm gonna turn down that. Oh, it looks like it like turned off the audio when I dropped it any lower, so I guess that's it for that audio. You know what? Bear with me, guys. I'm gonna see about tailoring the music just a little bit more. There. All right. Let me know if the music is too loud or anything, guys. I have modified it just a little bit. I've turned down the main volume on the lo-fi hip-hop chilled music radio, Twitch and streamer friendly, that you can find on YouTube. By the way, as soon as I ended my previous stream, I immediately got a thing that popped up that said copyright. It was crazy. That's why I picked this again, which is something that I used to use in all of my previous programming streams on my original channel. So, yeah. Let me know if there's any audio issues, if it's too overbearing, if it's drowning me out or anything, especially when I tends to like drift off like this. I've tried to keep our volume levels equal to what I would typically experience when I'm like in the moment, so that way I'm not having to worry about it when I'm in the moment and like, oh no, I'm leaning too far in with my gamer lean. Are they hearing me too loud? Are they hearing me too softly? Things like that. So we're trying to be a bit smarter about stuff. Anyway, laser prefab. I got really distracted, and I'm still kind of distracted actually now that I think about it, because I'm still supposed to be talking about my plans and ideas. So something that I want to have done still today, like before I cut off stream tonight. I was gonna end stream at like I'd say like 8:30 or like 9, because I started at 5:30. But honestly, depending on my appetite, I was gonna have a snack before stream. I wound up having a whole bowl of cereal instead of just a small snack. I might not get hungrier until later, is what I'm trying to say. So I might be able to stay on till about like 10 and just kind of crank away at this and put stuff in. So what we're going to do after we make the space cannon is I want to make doors. I want to make like blast head doors that will come down from the bottoms. Like, let's say our frame right here, my picture frame right here, this is the game, right? My hands, it's the come on, what, right hand move, learn things, yes. Haha, these are where the main portals are, right? I am Cornholio. I need to no, these are where your main portals are, and now I want to have doors that will like come up from the bottom of each side, right? But not all the way up. I don't want it to be one door that just comes up and blocks them both. I want it to be a split door, so that's just the bottom halves that can come up, and then from the top there will be other ones that come down. They'll both come to eventually meet and be fully closed. That will be a chance, an opportunity to have that happen. But primarily I want them to be opening and closing randomly, all 4 of them. So that way, while the ball is bouncing around, there we go. I moved it over from the captions. So while the ball is bouncing around in there, I want it to be able to have like a door come up here and come up to the halfway point here and stop right there. So that way, if the ball hits anywhere there, it's not going to enter the portal. It's going to go into the whatchamacallit, into the door. Now this does introduce one small little problem. And that problem is that our portals are technically made with an egress point right there. So that means that if we were to go into the portal here, this egress point's X position is going to be used, and our ball is going to pop out right around this X position of wherever, which means that our wall, our egress point would have to be in the wall or something, so that way if the ball pops out, it would hit the wall and go back in. Get what I'm trying to say? So like this right here, this is our main collision here. The ball won't actually enter, like, neither the ball nor the paddle will react to this portal until they hit that green line at basically almost a little past the halfway point of the sprite. Now I want it to be able to have the wall maybe come up about 1 unit over, right around here, and go ahead and block that off. So I'd probably shift each portal back a little bit, so that way they're at the very, very edges. But I would do that so that way we can have the walls come up between there, and if it goes through, if a ball goes through here and the wall is up, it'll just pop out, have its collision turn back on 0.01 seconds after it pops out, so it'll basically immediately turn that back on, hit the wall, bounce back through, and pop back out. Because that's going to be an interaction that should be expected. We shouldn't wind up having a wall come up here, have our ball enter a portal, and then just spit ourselves out of the portal, right? Even though there's a wall in front of it. So we'll work with it. I think actually what we can do right now is I'm realizing I don't think they need to be prefabs, our portals. Is there a reason that I made them into prefabs? Probably just because I like the pretty blue icon. Anyway, so the reason I was freaking out about all the possibilities of this is after we do those doors, which is going to be after we do this cannon. Well, technically after we do the cannon, we have to make the lasers so that way the cannon actually fires something. So once the cannon's done and then we work on doors and stuff, what if we have a special portal? A special portal for, it's not going to be for the basic level 1, obviously. This is going to be like a level, possibly a level 3 kind of thing, right? So let's say come level 3, we notice a special portal. And that special portal is it's in place of the other two. Instead of having the purple and green, it would just be like an orange portal, right? On either side. Why is there only one color portal? Is it going to teleport us out properly? No. No, it is not. Because instead, when you go into the portal, or when a ball goes into the portal, it'll pop out of any of the various micro portals. That's right. I'm talking about a little array of portals where their forward-facing direction is going to be the direction that the ball flies out at the speed that it was initially going. So, with that in mind, that would mean that if it were to enter at either of the sides, the ball would wind up coming out of, like, let's say there's a portal over here and here and here, here, up here, maybe over here, and they're all facing inward, so that way they aim towards the middle of the map instead of aiming to blast the ball outward and possibly, you know, out of bounds, making it useless. So make sure all the portals aim generally towards the middle. And then what happens? Well, then the ball goes into the right, and then it will shoot back out from the right up here down there. Or it can pop out from the very top middle, shooting straight down towards the battle. It'll be chaos. I enjoy it. And on that note, because I drink so many energy drinks and water and hydration, and I drink more than I eat in a day, point proven, I'm going to run to the bathroom again, and then we're going to get really started on this space cannon. I return. Much better. All right. We're back. We're back, and we're back, and we're back, and we're back, and we're back. So the reason I was also excited right before thinking of an array of portals to spit out of, the thought that led to that was an array of ray sounds. Numerous sounds that will happen when the lasers are instantiated, so that way they can be differentiated, and it'll sound different when each one is fired, and it'll be like, oh man, a barrage of laser fire, instead of hearing an overlap over and over and over. As it is, I already kind of want to put a new introduce a couple other sounds for, you know, pinging off of the bricks, but I'm not sure. Like, not 100% sure. I don't know exactly which things should have a variety of sounds and which ones should have very distinct, identifiable, like, unique sounds that are just like, this is one sound for this one thing and nothing else. Nothing else could possibly indicate what this sound is indicating. Like, finding the differentiation between those is a little rough for me. And on that note, let's go ahead and serialize a field for our private list of audio source. And this is going to be... Oh, wait a minute. We want that on the lasers. Fair game. Okay. It's gonna bug me, because I'm gonna forget. And this is going to be space laser. Get rid of all that. The laser is definitely going to have a use of collections. Let me get rid of generic collections. Let me find out which collections it wants to use for that, and then I'll get rid of one. There's a minute for... strapped to their friggin' heads. Just for a Total Pong space. Yeah. Jokes. If we can't have fun, then what are we doing, right? If you get the reference, awesome. If you don't, it's alright. I'm not mad. Fun fact. As a teen, when I was in Puerto Rico, I overheard on the radio that they were doing a giveaway for a pre-screening of the newest Austin Powers movie, Goldmember. And me and my family, we were all big fans of the Austin Powers series. We know that they are questionable if you don't view them in a comedic light, obviously. Everything is based off your perspective and off of context. So a lot of people nowadays like to strip context out of things and skew their perspectives and just be mad about everything. But my family and I, we enjoyed those films. Enough that I already kind of knew what year they were going back to because I was keeping tabs on that type of information. I enjoyed Austin Powers, right? So I had heard that they were going, what year they were going to be returning to for the movie. And I was like, oh yeah, that's awesome. And they didn't have a lot of commercials out for it. So knowing that information, I don't remember how exactly I acquired that info, but I overheard it on the radio that they were doing the thing, and the question for the giveaway was, what year is Austin Powers going to be returning to in the new film? And the prize is tickets for, you know, you and the family to go and see a pre-screening. And I was like, oh yeah, they're going back to, I think it was 1979. Let me see if I remember that right. If I still remember that, that's nuts. Let's see. Austin Powers Goldmember. It was in 2002 is when it came out. By the way, I was born in 1980 redacted, so yeah. Anyway. Oh, it was 75, not 79. All right. So I obviously gave the right answer back then, not this time around, but, you know, I gave them the right answer in 1975. I was like, oh, yeah, no, yeah, it's 1975. And she looked back at me. Everyone was looking at me. They're like, mijo, are you sure? ¿Estás seguro? Lo llamamos ahora. We'll call them. And I was like, oh, yeah, no, I'm sure. And, you know, it took forever to get through. I think they had, like, 2 other people that actually tried to call in, and they got it wrong. And then we wound up getting it right. And I got to hear, you know, my aunt and uncle on the radio in Puerto Rico, and that was a really cool experience as a kid. But even more so was how excited and happy they were that I was able to get us tickets to that. And that experience will always be in my memory forever. And I love it. It's a shame that the island's fallen apart pretty much. Right. So here we have this. Now we get to do this. Where I'm forgetting what I'm doing. Come on, brain. Please. Thank you. If you've ever seen someone beg and plead with their own brain, or rather, if you've never seen it, you will see it pretty often. When I say I've got like day-to-day life-impacting ADHD, I don't mean I've got the ADHD that, you know, kids, teens, and uneducated folk that like to go ahead and think that anytime they get distracted by something that's ADHD. No, it's not. It's quite often moments of like sitting there agonizing and arguing with your brain while physically it looks like you're just bored and doing something repetitive that people are tired of seeing you do, like sitting on the couch all day on your phone and looking bored while you're doing it. Meanwhile, on the inside, you're like weeping, sobbing, and crying at yourself, being like, why are we like this? Why can't we get up? We have so much shit to do. It's a horrifying experience. So I beg with myself, and I plead with myself often. because sometimes myself is kind of a dick to me. Anyway. Private audio source. Not audio source, my bad. Audio clip. We want audio clips. And this is going to be Pew Sounds. Pew sound. There we go. We'll have to make lasers. Right, that's where I messed up at. I was like, why does this look wrong? And this is why it looks wrong. We need to add that, and then we need to add list right before it. Yep. And see? It uses collections generic, which means that I can get rid of... I could technically get rid of collections, but if I have to turn this into an array at any time in this code, I will technically need collections. But for now, let's get rid of it. Anytime you say that you're using something in a script up here, that means that it's going to load that something every time that script is being used. So anytime we don't need something, it's best to gone. You know? I also need a private game object for muzzle flash. So the muzzle flash prefab is probably just going to be almost like the floating text that we made, where it's going to be the main prefab body that has a transform and probably has the auto destroy script on it and nothing else. And then the rest is just going to be child components underneath that are going to have like the sprite, an animator, and just something that'll make it, or rather the animation is going to make it flash, and then it'll be gone. Cool. So that's how that will work out. Do I need to create a stored, like, permanent variable on this for going down? I don't think I do. I think technically I just need to tell the laser, like the laser is going to need to have the component for a it's going to need a rigid body to travel down. I'll put a rigid body on it, and I'll tell it to translate to the negative y vector, and it will modify the speed. By modify, I mean we'll make it an exposed variable that we can tune as needed, so that way the lasers are either not too fast or, you know, faster than needed. Whatever. You know, tuning stuff is important. So we have our muzzle flash prefab. I don't even know if I have an animation for that set aside yet. Might need that. Let me go through sprites real quick. Magic things. Is this that? No, those are just the other bad things. Not bad things, just things that I didn't need for this. Older sprites. No, those are older backgrounds. New 2D sprites for, okay. What about these particles? That's a dust particle. Don't need those. Don't need that, but I might still use that for something else. And those are full-blown tile sets. I don't need those either. Alright, I think that means I need to open up my email and get a certain something out of there. Unless... I made this sprite and it's actually going to be perfect. Okay, yeah, this'll work. Oh, I made these for a whole different game and they're actually gonna fucking work for me here. That's crazy. Let me grab those and drop them in here. Hooray! I'm gonna need another little folder. Call this cannons, lasers, boom. We don't want to put the fidget spinner in there. We'll call this the cannon blast. Laser ball, I guess. And this one will be space cannon. Space cannon. Laser ball and space cannon, and all the Lament Sacrosanct sprites will go into the laser cannon's boom. So that way I can properly control where things are going. There we go. No compression, point no filter. Wonderful. So that can be the muzzle flash animation, is the charge up there. And this can be the end component, I guess. That gets fired out. Or I can try and make that be the thing. I don't know. We'll see. I'll add the other sprites that I had just saw and messed around with here. Because they would also kind of work if I change their color instead of using, you know, white for the sprite, because white on a sprite basically tells it to use whatever color it was coated with and what it was made with. So if I toss it in and, let's say, change its color to red or orange, it will go ahead and kind of tint everything to those colors rather than make the entire thing just that color, unless I just full send that color. Got a BR back. Curse you, tiny bladder! We return. Alright. Why is this compression saying... Wait, what are we on? Oh, the holy ones that I just put back in there. Right? Yeah, there we go. I gave everything else the treatment, and then I put them in there and kind of ignored it. Okay. Okay. Those all exist. Alright, fine. Next, we're going to... I don't think I need anything on Awaken. wind up being on a firing subroutine. Which means that I can pause that subroutine whenever it gets hit by the ball. That could be a fun interaction. Alright. So that means I need to code a coroutine. Private I enumerator. And fire logic. I like that better. And everything is basically going to end with a yield return null when it comes to IEnumerators, so we add that in there preemptively, so that way we don't have to deal with it being red and yelling at us. Okay. Oh, I'm back. Yes. So we want the cooldown rate. I just realized we technically didn't need to set cooldown rate like that. Not with a range. It's not the right thing. We need to code a range. That's what we need. And technically, well, no, we'll leave that as is. I was going to say, technically, we don't need a minimum. We could just say 0. No, I don't want it to be 0 as a minimum, because with RNG, you want to try and constrain RNG as much as possible. As much as randomizing something can lead to some surprising and exciting results, it can also lead to very frustrating and very disastrous results as well. So, constrain your randoms. And this is how we're going to do it. So by adding this in here, our space cannon, which is currently not... Oh, I also forgot to mention, way back when we were talking about our bounds, I also put emergency extreme boundaries. Just in case the ball, for some reason, was going so fast that it blitzed past a portal and was able to blitz past one of the other boundaries without detecting. Let's see. You ask, why am I putting the music in an array? Ah, good question. Thank you for asking. So, the reason I did that is because what we're doing there isn't creating an array of music, per se. This is specifically audio clips. So it could be music, but it could also be anything from footstep sounds, like you want to have different sounds that your feet will use when they strike because it doesn't always sound the same. Breath sounds, anything. So you make an array of that, and then you can introduce a variety of different little sound bits, right? So instead of saying that the one sound for bouncing is boing, we can go ahead and create a list or an array of audio clips for boing sounds. And then, not bowing, boing, B-O-I-N-G. So, with an array or a list of those available sounds, it goes from bouncing off a brick and always going boing to going bong, bing, bong, bong. And then it starts getting a little funky. It starts getting a little interesting because not everything is the exact same sound, which can start to get dull to the human ear. Repetition can start to make anything sound a little off. If you say the same word 50 times, by the time you get to like 15 to 20 times, it's going to start feeling weird saying that word. It's going to start sounding weird. Because it's like, why is everything this word? And it's because your brain is getting tired of it. And it can do that at variable different times. For me, I say a word like 8 times in a row, or 8 times like consecutively, really close to one another, and I will start being like, how did this word come into existence? What even is this word? awful. But yeah, that is why we add a little list or an array for sounds, is so that way we can have various different things like that. Let's say I wanted to have every level has a different soundtrack, right? So I could go ahead and either bind a track to every level, or I could just tell my game manager script, rather, that I want it to pick a random soundtrack from an array of sounds, from an array of music, and play it every time we load a level. On that note, also don't underestimate the value of your canvases when you're using Unity, because my canvases are set up so that way the buttons in my canvases have like 3 or 4 different things that they're doing all at once whenever they click, so that way it takes care of multiple different things across different codes without me having to hard code these interactions between them. So like when I hit the quit button in my menu, it does do the action of application.quit, but it also does the action of firing off my save script, and I think there was like one other thing that it does. Right? Whenever I hit return on my like pause screen, it goes ahead and turns off one menu, turns on another menu, and makes sure that depending on what level we're on, it does a couple of other things. There's a lot happening per click because it has the capability to do it, and I'm making sure to use that to my advantage so that way I don't have to think of ways to hard code those things in there. I'll demonstrate that that canvas thing a little later. For now, I want to... Let's see, this is the space laser. So I think on start, I want this to... Well, on awake, I want it to pick a sound and play it. So we're going to sound effects manager.instance, because our sound effect manager is accessible from anywhere in the scene. The reason that specific script of mine is accessible from anywhere in the scene so long as it exists in the scene is because of a particular line of code. The sound mixer has the same thing, so it's right there. Public static, the name of your script, and then instance. So what does that do? Well, I named it instance, right? Because if there's an instance of this that's already in existence, I don't want another version of it to exist, right? So that making this an instance is just part of that. So that way, if an instance of this is null, okay, then this is instance. That fills that in. Instance now has a value of this. And if we don't have, this is supposed to have an else on there. Whoops, hang on. Else. Destroy immediate this game object. Okay, let me chop off the immediate. That might make things a little iffy. When you use destroy immediate, it kills it so fast that it doesn't even get to run anything that it might have on its like on disable and other stuff. So I just realized that might be a way around certain issues that I've been having. Whatever. I'll disregard it for right now. Log it in my head for later. So you see here, I actually have background audio clip array, and that's only got 2 things in it, but I made it into an array, so that way if I want to add more musical track variety to this game, all I have to do in my prefab is go to the game manager in my prefab and add the, just click plus on my array. I click plus, I drop the sound, the audio clip into the new spot made in the array, and it's done. And then I can just go in there and it will, right now it picks for sure between specific ones, but if I wanted it to pick randomly between certain ones, that's infinitely easier now that I just have all of my options available in an array. The reason I like using lists over arrays, by the way, is because lists use up less resource, less computing power. And they kind of auto-adjust themselves, which is nice. Okay, so we had... I can get off those extreme boundaries. Cannon. Sprite. Trigger check. Muzzle location. Laser origins. Right, the laser origins. Luckily, we... I'd say we don't need those to be serialized, but they are technically just game object transforms. Yeah, fuck it. We'll just add it. Also, my Space Cannon script should be on my Space Cannon. Don't play with me. Alright, so let's serialize the fields again. Serialize field and private. Not game manager, game object. Transform. All right. Laser origin 2, and I don't think I need to. Yeah. I do. But it's not going to be laser origin 3. This is going to be the muzzle origin. Okay. There we go. So with an origin for the muzzle and both laser points, that means that we're going to be able to tell this thing to go to the cannon muzzle right there and instantiate the charge up animation. Like it'll go ahead and create the prefab that's basically just an animated sprite doing its thing and then disappearing. And then it will instantiate and create a laser at each of these points, and those lasers will be soon coded to fire downward. I might wind up making the Space Cannon a little thicker, especially if I attach them to the sprite. That'd be crazy, right? Right. But what if? Let me just see real quick. So those are the points. They're all there. That's fine. And that's all fine. And now if I were to do something like that, the points are still appropriately there. Okay, so what would happen if I didn't attach them there then? And I spread this out. Are they still in their spots? They are. So there is no point in doing that. Cool. We can ignore that. It's good to know. I'm thinking about it because I'm not sure if I want to have the points that close to one another, because then it's almost like just firing one laser. So I might want to spread this thing out and make it kind of like an attachment right here and right here. We'll see. All right, so firing the laser is going to need very likely another function here as well. No, it's not. It doesn't need a function for it. It's just going to say float cooldown is equal to random dot range. Yep, there it goes. It knows what to do. Excellent. And then we want to fire. While enabled. Oh wait, no, I know what it was. 4. So while true, for that, do that. There's a very good chance that this will cause my Unity to just crash itself the second I launch this. TK fire! Yes. Love me some good TK. Fire the laser! We set the cooldown right there as a randomized float between those two variables of minimum and maximum. Then we do what? We VAR new laser is equal to instantiate laser prefab and laser origin 1 quaternion dot identity this transform as a parent. What is this? Ah, simple. So we instantiate a new laser made out of the laser prefab. We tell it where to save it. I will save it shortly. We tell it to instantiate at laser origin 1. Tell it to fire the first laser. Yeah. I think I want them to have a different fire rate per cannon, or per point that it's going to fire from. Alright, so Origin 1, position, Quaternion, yes. I think before it does that, it'll need to do a little of this first. Instantiate the muzzle flash prefab at muzzle origin dot position Quaternion identity with transform there, so that way it knows that its parent is going to be the cannon. Okay. So we do that first. Damn. So we create that muzzle flash. And then we want to yield, turn, new, wait for not end of frame. Wait for seconds, cooldown. And then it's going to destroy the muzzle flash. Because I think I'm going to have it be on a looping... I don't think I'm going to have the muzzle flash be an auto-destroy. I think I'll just have it do a looping, like, charge animation. And then when the laser fires, or as it's about to fire, it'll go ahead and destroy the version that's there. Gives the player a little bit of a warning that it's charging up a shot to begin with. And then variable new laser. Let me get rid of that. Oh yeah, I was explaining the instance thing. Sound effects manager. Play random sound effects clip from Pew Pew Sound. The location is going to be at transform, and it's going to be at volume 1. Hang on. Let me take a look at what the actual, not sound mixer, where's the sound effects manager? Let me talk to the manager. Sound effects manager, there you are. Oh, you're looking for an array. See, I knew it. I knew that we would need the ability to turn it into an array at some point. Okay. See, there it goes. Done. 2 array. So what this technically should do is that when the laser is instantiated, so that would be the wake command. On wake, when it wakes up, it will instantiate, or rather it will tell the sound effects manager to instantiate one of its random pew pew sounds. So it'll have one of its laser firing sounds happen as soon as it is instantiated, and then it will just fire off. It'll travel down. I think I will also include a private audio clip called impact sound. So that way when it hits the player, it will go ahead and have a specific sound that it will call for that. And let's go ahead and actually... Let's check update. Let's check actually fixed update. In fixed update, we're going to want... Shit. Laser, you need a rigid body. Rigid body 2D called RB, and then we're going to do that, but it'll be get component in children. Will it? No, this one's going to be in the main component. And on fixed update, we're going to do rb.transform.translate. And we pick a vector 3 translation. There we go. Yeah, buddy. But what if? Vector 2 down. Right? So we are now telling this that during fixed physics updates, we want this thing to travel down. Is there another overload for this? Yes, there is. Space relative to... relative to world. Huh. Doesn't need a Z. Let me look. I need to look up the main documentation for translate real quick. Alright. So vector 3 translation default value, space is going to be self. We can change the relative location. Moves the transform in the direction. Okay. Okay. Parameters translation. Okay, this is a third version of it, which holds 3 arguments, which would be x, y, and z relative to self. And this would just be x, y, z space self, transform vector 3, transform relative to. Come on, you gotta have one that's got speed for me. Nope, that just went into rotations. Never mind. I guess the speed should be fine based off of its own understanding of being launched and fixed update. So we're going to go ahead and hit save on this. And Space Cannon also needs a save. And so does my bladder.
Computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
I'm back. Oh, let's see. Did you actually apply physics formulas onto your coding? I did for the paddle. Let's see. Was it on the paddle or did I actually put it on the ball? It may have been on the ball. Bing. Yep, ball control. Nope, that's not the right one. Where's the bounce logic here? No, it should have been on the Pong ball, right? All variables. Let's bust those down here. Oh yeah, no, it is technically here. It's on the paddle. So on collision enter, when we have collision with the ball, we wind up storing its position and its contact point. The contact point is specifically the information of where the collision happened. Then we want to add a little bit of an offset for the paddle's main position and the contact point. And by paddle's main position, I mean its core point, which is the center of it. So basically wherever its anchor point is, that's where it'll reference as the core. So that would be paddle position, and then we want to subtract the contact point from that paddle position relative to it. So the reason we're doing this and creating, you know, width and collider sizes and stuff like that is so that way we can calculate where it's touching the paddle when the ball hits the paddle to go ahead and change the physics of the bounce angle and stuff like that. So that way it's doing things right and it's sending things in an appropriate direction, because you'll notice if you don't do things like this, if you don't calculate this out manually and you just make let's say you skip that part, but you manage to go ahead and say you remembered to make this bouncy physics material. That turns your friction to 0 and your bounciness to maximum at 1. And you attach that to your ball. So your Pong ball, on its rigid body 2D, has a bouncy material. So it knows that its physics component needs to be bouncy. That's great. You'll notice that if you play the game and you go ahead and bounce your ball that doesn't have the proper manual physics calculations for it to bounce the right way, if a ball goes ahead and hits your paddle anywhere, it's going to do a perfect redirect and bounce off no matter what. Like a perfect one every time. There's going to be no variation to it. It's always going to use the same type of collision physics logic to go ahead and bounce it off. And it's never going to have any kind of variation in speed, trajectory, or velocity depending on where it touched your paddle. Some people prefer that. I technically do not, because then that eliminates the skill shot abilities of, like, I want this ball to go straight up if it hits like the middle of my paddle, so that way I can stop it from doing all this like sideways super fast bouncing. I want it to hit the middle of my paddle to go up. But if you don't have that logic, it'll hit it and just keep applying physics the way that it normally would in a space vacuum with no friction or anything to stop it. Or change it. So yeah. There's that. Physics. I am going to clip these down here. Collapse them down to their little teleport logic. We don't need that open right now. Pong ball, I don't think we need Pong ball open either. Yeah, I was looking for the controls for it. No need for that now. The menu manager is doing okay. I'm going to keep it open though because I am going to need it. Game manager is doing okay. Going to keep it open because I am probably going to need it. The Pong portal, I don't think I need to do anything else in it currently, so we're going to close out the Pong portal. The input manager... I don't care. Excellent. I think by doing this, we might be able to curb out the issue that we were having with receiving a console error whenever we would complete the game and a little too quickly jump back to the main menu. It would go ahead and give us the thing that says, oh, null exception. This input module doesn't exist. I can remove that, actually. I just remembered that we did our persistence thing with what I did in the other thing. Well, what's it called? The Pong initializer. The initializer that puts everything in there circumvents that and stops that problem already. So I was trying to fix a problem that doesn't exist anymore. Woo! The amount of times I've done that. Haha, right? Oh boy. Alright. Laser origin 1. Laser origin 2. Muzzle origin. Yeah. Laser prefab, not made yet. Muzzle flash prefab, not made yet. Cooldown rate minimum 1. Cooldown rate maximum 5. Yeah, I guess that's fine. Sprite doesn't need anything. Everything else seems fine. I'm going to need to make the laser and the muzzle flash prefab if I want them to work. keep the game prefs manager open because I want to remember that I need to still do something for it. Menu manager is going to stay relatively nearby because we also still need to add some stuff to that as well. Alright, Space Laser is going to be create empty Space Laser with an S. Laser sprite. Laser colliders. Actually, I'm going to put trigger on this. Collider will be on the main Space Laser. And I put Trider. Trigger. Trigger. Come on. Brain, thank you. Whew. Sprite renderer is going to have default sprite of what? That's going to be the default. Cool. And next thing to add to it would be yes, hit that with a 1. Come from there. I would say like that's fine. Yeah, that'd be fine. So size 2 scale. You know what? Why don't I just take that to the sprite? There's the laser trigger, which is going to be a circle sprite, a circle collider trigger. And then we're gonna make sure that that's nice and in line right there. And then for the space laser itself up here, or do I want to add that here? No, we'll add it here. Circle collider, not a trigger. Oi! That's right, I need to do it this way. Good enough. Actually, bring it in just a little bit more, and the reasoning for that is that I want there to be a little differentiation between the main physical collision and the trigger box collision. Probably not that much, though. Let's call that a 7.5. Yeah, that's good. How is the offset that wild? Really? Yeah, that's what I thought. Sheesh. That thing went nuts. So no offset. Thank you. Locomotion. Rigid body 2D. We have the rigid body there. And we're also going to need to add the laser script. Space laser. And what more? Ah, I'll need an explosion. No. Well, yeah, I would. Uh-huh. And we can actually kind of instantiate the explosion as well. By doing a serialized field here. Private game object. Explosion. By adding that, I have created the ability to have a new little prefab there. Speaking of prefabs, I think our space cannon is ready to be prefabbed. And our space laser may very well be ready to be prefabbed. Next, we need to create and prefab our, what do you call it? Muzzle flash animation and our explosion. So let's create an empty here. We'll call this one the muzzle flash. Create empty. Muzzle flash sprite, which will inevitably have the thing that we need. Sprite renderer. No sprite on there right now, but oh, we will. Base muzzle flash. It's so horrible. There we go. And we want to get rid of that. Do this here. New animation. Call it. Well, first let's find the right area. Sprites, animations. All right. Muzzle flash. Charging. Yeah. Ow. Ow. Oh, wow. Woo. Those neck cracks were amazing. Okay. Muzzle flash charging is going to get the other laser boom boom stuff. So we're going to take these, slide them on over, slide that on over, slide that on over, slide that on over. I drop that here as well. Let me hide the space cannon a little bit. Let's see that again. All right, I made that by hand. I like that. Okay, so I think I actually need to spread these out a little bit because I want to, yeah. copy that and put that right there. Copy that one and put it there. And copy that one and put it there. There we go. And we're going to make it a little faster. Even though I know before I was like, I don't like when it's going that fast. This time I kind of want it to crackle and rumble quickly. And also I want this particular animation to loop, whereas the previous one I didn't want to loop. This one is going to loop and just keep doing its thing. Just making sure I don't have any other mystery frames anywhere. Alright, maybe they need one single frame between each. This is one of the reasons I don't like animation. If I were an animator, I'd 100% go nuts. Yeah, that's fine. That'll do for me. And that will be Le Muzzle Flash. And that'll be fine. It doesn't need to do anything else. I don't need a script for Muzzle Flash or anything like that. I just needed a prefab for Muzzle Flash. Prefab. Awesome. Get rid. And then Space Laser is going to have animation. It's just going to be laser anim. And we're going to go ahead and apply this addition to the prefab. I forgot to do that before we prefabbed it, so may as well. Now, what are we going to do for this animation, you ask? Well, we're going to go ahead and take these Lament Holy Full sprites. We're going to also very likely change various aspects of it. It's not the sprite we needed, is it? Yeah, there we go. Is there a rotation? Good. We don't care about the rotation. We do care about, however... Oh, it does have... That's right. Take the rotation. Set this to 20 frames instead. Honestly, it's not going to need more than like the 10 again. And then from 0 to that 1 or that 10, we're going to say the rotation will do a full 180. Yeah, one full rotation in 10 frames. That's fine. And oh boy. What if... Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh, cool. It's just the attribute for the sprite. That's all we're actually changing there. Nice. Cool, so what I'm actually just wanting to move is these. Yeah. Yeah. And lastly, yeah. We'll copy that one and put it there as the last one. Nice. Once it finishes its travels, it will be fine, I'm sure. So what if the next thing we add is the color. And over here, it starts out at its usual value. And then as it travels to here... Oh wait, no, this is the laser sprite. It should be red the whole way through. Or some variation of it. One there is fine. I think we need to lose... almost all of that. Alright, I think instead we're going to make this the 0 point, and then go back to this being 0.35 at the end there. Alright, cool. That animation's going way too fast there, but that's usually what winds up happening. Next, we want to take a look at that animation in its actual, like, little animations hole here. Cycle offset. Ah. Go back to that sprite, please. Play the animation. Alright, that's fine. So now that we have those, I need an explosion. We got those ready. Explosion. And that's going to need sprite. And that's going to, not a sprite, not a sprite, sprite. Explosion sprite, which is going to be, or not to be, no, it's definitely going to be sprite renderer with a starting explosion sprite. Where's the kaboom? There was supposed to be an earth-shattering kaboom! There it is. We start with that. Oh yes. Bring that forward. Actually, we'll bring it up to a 2 on the sorting layer. Why not? And then... Anim. Circle explosion. And now we just go ahead and grab all those other sprites and shpladam. It's almost done. We'll ignore that first one. I know some parts of this I'm spacing out differently. I'm just going to see how it looks. I think it looks good. I actually think it looks real good. Also, these weren't changed up the way they should have been. So we'll take care of that now. Awesome. Next, we want to go to the circle explosion animation. We want to turn off loop time, so that way it doesn't loop itself when it is summoned. And let's say that that kind of covers our explosion already. Right. I guess I can say that we can put this on the null collision layer. It doesn't have a collider to begin with, but you never know. Some people can be a little iffy. We definitely don't want to put the space laser on a null collision, but we will have it completely ignore any kind of collision with the bricks. I might have to create a bricks layer. Ooh, or a non-damageable layer. Or just a laser damageable layer. Who knows? Might already exist as the projectile layer. So what a lot of people do is they create a projectile layer for specific interactions, physics interactions with their projectiles for their game, so bullets and stuff like that. This kind of counts. They don't have one pre-made, so that's fine. I can go ahead and create a... Should be a layer. Man, you are one with the computer. I haven't seen you even look up once on Google for some answers to how to code something into Unity. I spent most of my summer just kind of doing things in both Unity and Unreal. Even if I didn't release anything or didn't complete anything, it's because I wasn't doing anything with a purpose. I was just kind of exploring. So even though it looks like I haven't looked things up, I have like 1 or 2 things pulled off to the side. It's technically they're not things for Unity anyway. I was just looking up pictures and sprites and stuff. But I do have other areas off to the side. Don't think that it's all off the dome, but a lot of it is. And then again, y'all didn't see the crazy amount of bullshit that I was going through while I was off stream. And you know, I mentioned last time that I wasted an entire like Friday and half of a Saturday because everything that I did wasn't working. And it turns out that it was something really simple that I could have changed to keep all of that work and make it, you know, functional and working. So I had to redo it all once I figured out what the problem was, but like it's it's a trial and error. It just so happens that I ironed out most of my problems off stream so that way they won't show up here. I don't like not knowing what I'm doing when I have other people watching, but that is ultimately something that will happen no matter what. And it's something that I've kind of had to, and I'm still working on accepting, because there are people out there that will see you fumble just once, and then because you're no longer an infallible god in their brain, they are just going to treat you like the exact opposite. They're going to treat you like a phony. And that doesn't help for people like me that have what is commonly referred to as, not Stockholm Syndrome, that's a different thing. Imposter Syndrome, where you feel like you don't belong in the field that you're in, where you feel like what you're doing is lying to people instead of actually doing the things that you know. It feels like we're not as good at the things that we're doing and that we just are faking our way through. A lot of people experience this. That is imposter syndrome, and it is very annoying. It is beyond annoying. It is something that has kind of become a more prevalent thing in America because, you know, everything that we do is usually belittled and relegated to, yeah, but you can do more. And that's just the way that, you know, capitalist world works. Where it's like, oh, you're not successful, so are you really doing the right thing? Or are you really working hard enough? Because we don't see the result. And that's all people really care about is the results, right? Mm. Sweet, delicious water. So we can re-enable our space cannon. I'm going to take the space cannon and I'm going to set it up like up here. And I think we're going to expand it a bit here. Oh. Grab that other space cannon, put it right there. But both of these need their laser prefab and muzzle flash prefab. All right, there's muzzle flash. And there is the space laser. And we created our explosion. It looks good. We're going to prefab it. And then we're going to go to our space laser. The prefab of the space laser. And we're going to drop the explosion prefab into that. So that way our prefabricated space lasers all wind up being spawned with the explosion prefab, you know, known and understood. And next we're going to pause the music. We pause the music. I'm freezing the X position for lasers. I don't want our lasers going diagonally at all, so they should only go up and down. I don't need it going to sleep, and it doesn't need to rotate. The reason that I gave us a pause on the music is because I want to do a little something here. We're going to go into our main sound file and we're going to look for some stuff. This is in my 14 terabyte system backup drive. So let's see what we do. Ooh. That was a whole lot for a whole little. Hmm. Pick up key. No. Hmm. Hmm. That sounded like a fun sound, actually. I don't think y'all heard it, but because it's not one of the sounds that I'm grabbing audio for, but if I put it into the game engine and play it from there, you should be able to hear it. I'm going to call that a high zing. And we'll toss that into sound. There we go. Give that a listen. Oh, nice. My microphone was actually picking that up. Yeah, I think that works. But not necessarily for the laser pew sounds that we're trying to get exactly. Well, that is a good one of those sounds. Actually, I'm not going to disparage that. What about the echoing explosions? Oh, a deeper one. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to take both of those. And those are both gonna go right there as well. Desert theme. This is why we get an array of music, so we can go ahead and toss in some shit like this. Hey, what's up, though? Oh, no, we're putting that in there. Oh, that's so good. It says desert theme. I might make one of the levels a desert theme. I have the sprites for it. I have the backgrounds. Yeah, I have that. I'm gonna fuck with that. I have an extra week. I can do this. Ah, oh, it's so good. Okay, let me calm. The crunched explosion is one that we want as well. That's really bit crunched. Yeah, that's a crunchy one. And then we have that, and then a little bit deep. Yeah. Let's see what else we got. Super kick trance. No, those are going to be actual like I know who those came from. Luplicator's really good at making stuff. We have some farm themed assets. Not one that we're really going to worry about. There's the fireball flying sound effect. I might keep that one. We'll see. Because it's going to need a sound that plays on a loop while the laser's flying. I just don't know if I want to try and find like a better laser sound or if I just want to, leave it with a burning fireball sound. Mm, that was useless. Ah, a little jump sound. I'm gonna pop that in there, and we might rename it in engine so that way we can have it as a as one of the bouncing off of brick sounds or something. What about magic? Now what about the high zing? Hmm. Yeah, we don't want the magic sound. Totally different. Ooh, retro 90s gaming loop. Yo, I fucked up by putting the music that I put in. Yo, we're gonna use these. Retro 90s gaming loop is gonna be our new starting theme. I know you can't hear it from there. You'll be able to hear it once I have it like in here. So this is the one that I was losing my mind about. This is the desert theme one. Yeah. I like that. And the other one that I was pointing out, this is the retro 90s gaming loop. I'm going to pull it slightly off of my headphone because it's a bit loud once it's in engine. They ramp it up a little bit. So I'll turn down game audio for you guys there. Now that's a classic like loop. So if I take that sound, turn it into a sound source, and then just tell it, hey, loop this. That'll work. These are sounds that I've used in like other game assignments and stuff. So that they're already kind of out there. But they are just kind of doing it right now. Here's the fireball flying sound. If you loop that, it's just a looping fireball sound. Those are the two sounds we currently have for teleporting through the portals. That's currently the sound for bumping. I feel like the jump sound might work a little better. Actually, what's this bump? That's the sound for dropping the ball, isn't it? That's the ball drop sound. This bump is currently for bumping off of the player paddle. Okay, we're going to change these up. Where is the Pong? Oh, it's in resources. That's why I can't find it. We're going to go into our... Actually, not even into the persistence module. Because if we change it in the other prefabs, it'll change it in the persistence. So we're going to go into our managers. We're going to go into the audio mixer, and we're going to, first off, change the start menu music and the main game music. Because what was the main game music again? Actually, that's not bad. And the start menu music was... I did some work on this one to change this little music clip that I got, and then was modifying it until we got to a point where I liked what I heard. But it took a lot of work to get it there, and just because I put in time to it doesn't mean I should stay locked to it. Feel me? So what I'm going to do is we're going to, first off, go right back to this audio mixer. And we're going to say that the audio clip that it should be playing is no longer this start menu music, but instead it's going to be the retro music. Where is it? Retro 90s gaming loop. Excellent. Now it does start a little loud. Huh. That actually started really loud. So what can we do about that? Well, that's a good question. What I'm going to do is I'm going to right click. I'm going to say show in Explorer. And it's going to immediately open up an Explorer window that has all of our audio stuff in there. It basically just opened up a browser version of what we're looking at here. Not browser, Explorer version, right? So from here, I'm going to go in here. Not only am I going to rename this into new start menu music, which when we come back in here, it automatically changes that. And if we go back to our audio mixer handler, it's missing. Something you got to remember to do. If you rename something and you don't rename it through the engine itself, it's going to be like, hey, there's something that you want, but we don't know what its name is. I think it got a paid name change behind the scenes, and I don't know what to do anymore. And that's what the engine does. So you just kind of have to remind it, you know? That was us reminding it. And before... actually, we can leave it there now that it's active and on there and re-updated. We want to go in here. We're going to right-click, and we're going to hit Open with Audacity. If you don't use Audacity, and you're doing, like, game development stuff, it's a problem. Like, outright, because that means that you're not changing up any of the sounds that you're getting. You're not... You're doing, like, half the work. Do this instead. First off, let's clear the loop because I didn't want it to have a little loop there. But you see how very large those sound waves are, right? Let's go ahead and set it to 20. 20 sounds much better. And if I export audio, export to computer, new start music sound, you'll see that the folder is the exact same. So if I hit export, you can't hear that from there. You also couldn't hear it from here, I'm pretty positive. But now that I have already tested those changes elsewhere, we can click here and still get our fucking ears blown out. Holy shit. Where the hell did we export that to? I don't think it did it to where I needed it to be. Quick access. Ah, I see. So you went absolutely nowhere. Active builds, Portal Pong, sounds. Where are you? Assets, sound. So if I open this up and it blasts me again. Okay, no, it's fine. So I think it just needs to... We're gonna delete that and then go back in here, let it recompile stuff, I guess. Yeah. Still loud as shit in engine. I can't have it keep doing that. We're gonna re-import the loop entirely. I'm not gonna have it set to... I'm not gonna import and use a sound that is so loud it blasts anyone's ears just because they're using headphones. It makes no sense. I can't stand games that like have all these like really awesome sounds in there, but they have them so poorly sound balanced that it's just an actual pain, like quite literally pain to the ears. I'm not about it. It was with an R. Oh, also we have a bunch of other retro, well, not a bunch. We have like 3 other retro sounds that I didn't actually listen to. That's a good one. It might also come in a little too loud there, but that's fine. We can specify the volume for that one. For sound effects that are being played individually, we can tailor that, but I don't want to change the music mixer volume for something. Like the music needs to already be at an appropriate modulatable level, not ridiculously loud, so that way the player needs to send it down to like 5, as in like 5 out of 100, in order for it to be tolerable. That's not the way it should be. Let me see what this hit sounds like. That's just a small bit crunch little thing. That's actually pretty fun too. We'll take the bit crunched boom. Suspenseful 8-bit loop is what we're actually already using. Okay, I think everything else is pretty much good. Wind indoors, close recording. No, that's not a very good sounding thing. Okay. Nope. I kind of want to delete that one, honestly. Okay, everything else seems all right. Except that retro loop that we still have to... All right, retro gaming loop. Open with Audacity. Reopen up Audacity. And do our bidding. Thank you. Yes, and don't show me that again. So what we're going to do this time, seeing as how it didn't take effect before, is we're just going to actually use the volume compressing, limiting, let's see, loudness normalization. Oh my, yes. And we already know that dropping it by 20 will work. Normalize them individually, treat mono as dual mono. That's still a little loud. I'm going to drop the overall bit of it by another 10. It just kind of undid what it had before. So I guess 30. Thank you. That is so much better. Oh my god. Be glad that you couldn't hear it at the max volume. Although you probably heard it temporarily through my microphone. Shit was loud. There we go. Close that out because it should have exported it. Where the hell did I export it to? I swear that I just dropped it into the... Asset sounds. There's all the retro stuff. So then where, pray tell, hath my other sounds gone? Son of a bitch! It's in the old Portal Panic. So we'll take that. So that's why it stayed loud the other time. Yep. And that's exactly why it stayed loud the other time. That's upsetting. Got sound. There you go. There it is. Audio mixer. Drop in that new modified gaming loop that is going to sound like what? Thank you. Oh my god. That did not need to be as crazy of a process as it was, but here we are. A nice, simple sound loop that is seamlessly looping. So when the game starts up again, when I start the game, it'll have that, and it'll sound decent. All right. What more? What more? Oh. Right. And that's because we need to now take a look at our persistence and make sure that everything is good in the persistence handler, right? Right? Because our persistence handler has specific settings on it that have been changed. All right. There's the gaming loop. What's our main game music again? Yeah, that's fine. But what if? No, we'll use the desert theme on another level. That's what I want. And we can even put the old start menu music on another level. I think I have everything else on there. Right. Right. Yeah. Oh boy. Serialized field, private, list, audio clip. Boom boom sound. That's right. Awesome. We're going to take that. We're going to drag it up there. I'm going to take these off now that we're done listening to all the various little things, and I can turn the music back on for you guys. We have about 20 minutes left before I'm going to go ahead and take my leave, so that way I can eat and be a normal human being from 10 o'clock until I fall asleep. So we have these here. We have the game object of explosion, and then we have... I think I can honestly get rid of the impact sound, because we're going to replace it with these boom boom sounds. And that will happen if we, on collision, enter 2D. On trigger, enter 2D. That's right. The system signs it to a particular... Oh my god. There we go. On trigger, enter 2D. We're going to want the space laser to check what it collided with. So if collision... It's obviously not going to be null if it collided with something. So if collision.gameObject dot compare tag in parent. Oh wait, that's right. You can't do compare tag in parent, but you can just compare tag and see if it's a player. All right, so if we collide with a player, or rather if a player's collision enters our trigger box for the laser, we want it to do something. We want it to go ahead and... I've been playing the remake of Star Ocean 2 and it scratches the Tales series itch. I haven't played Tales in 3 years. Completed most of the games. I have them like 11, but the other 6 are in the seas of piracy. Yeah. This game screams Tales of video game with its Motoi Sakuraba music, its combat, and its environment. Its 2D HD slash 2.5D design is incredible for a game that's 26 years old. That's impressive. That is impressive. I also remember the Star Ocean series, actually. Star Ocean was apparently something very amazing for a lot of people. I never got to get into it because I didn't have the systems, I think. But I do remember seeing, like, graphically, it was ahead of its time even back then. And I know that people were talking about it, like, quite a bit. I had excitement for its potential. Space laser. There we go. So, pew pew sounds of the space laser are going to be not the high zing. Or was it the high zing? No, that's definitely for a hit. We don't want that one. All right. So if I want to fire that off, I want a different sound than what we currently have. So what do we do in that case? Well, I'll tell you what we do in that case. We go back to our trusty sound folder. That's not my trusty sound folder. Try it again. Okay. So there's a special thing here in my sound folder. It's called chiptone. Right? You go ahead and double click on chiptone and voila. Welcome to chiptone. This is what I have been using to create my own little 8-bit sounds. I realize that y'all probably won't be able to hear those unless I go into, let's say, my audio mixer. And I add an audio output capture. And just put all PC audio. Right? Adding that as a source, and we set that as the output. And I might have to replace on one thing. Let's see. Whoops. E-daisy. I didn't mean to do that. I love when I accidentally minimize literally everything. I can exit studio mode. I no longer need that. I need my Stream Deck software to go ahead and open itself up. So that way I can go, let's say, right around there and replace Discord audio with all PC audio because I want to be able to control that. And we should be good. So if I hit zap, now you guys hear it. Welcome to Chiptone. Hmm. Hmm. An arpeggio. Ooh. Slow that down. Speed back up. Faster. Now what about going down? Ooh. Don't like it. Ooh. That's a crazy one. I will say that there's no sampler or sequencer yet. They are well, they might have a new one already. I got this before the summer, so if they've continued developing beyond what I've checked on. Ooh. Hmm. Slow that one down a little bit. A little faster. Stupid. Interesting. Oh, yo, we almost made Sonic. What about these synth here? Ooh. Ooh. We're getting there. I wish that the school's 2D class taught us how to do 2D HD because that's a recent phenomenon, particularly with the 2D HD style with Octopath Traveler, people who know how to remake Final Fantasy VI or Chrono Trigger in those styles easily if they were taught how to do 2D HD. Are you talking about like the 2.5D or like 3D that's, or rather 2D that's just made in 3D? If you can find an example of what you're trying to describe and send it to me in Discord, I'd appreciate seeing what that's about. Because we're gonna be wrapping up here soon. Okay. I looked up the things I needed. I like the way this sound is coming out. That's gonna be our one of our laser fire sounds. Okay. E. And now we save that wave file in active builds, Portal Pong. I'm going to have to delete Portal Pong Panic. That's not the right spot. Sound, yes. And we're going to call this Firing Laser. Oh, damn it. Firing laser.wav. Try that. There you go. Now I can go ahead and mute the PC audio sound so that way you don't have to worry about that. So that's going to be our fire sound. Laser, space laser. There's the explosion, and the pew sound is going to have just one sound for right now until I can find more. And the boom boom sounds, though, however, are going to have... Is this one too loud? That one's too loud. We'll work without that one. Okay. My ears didn't like that one. That one's fine. That one's fine. That one's fine. We're going to lock our inspector so that way it doesn't change when we look at other things. And then we're going to grab these three crunched explosions and we're going to drag and drop them onto the boom boom sound. And there you go. That's all three of those there. We have our explosion there. And our explosion will not have any kind of coating on it. It doesn't need it. So we're going to instead... I just realized I need to put something on the player. Int HP, or rather health. I'm going to change that health value to, we're going to say 5 to start with. And our next step here is to come down here and put in a public void. Take damage. And we're going to say if health is greater than 0, or rather, if health is greater than 1. No, actually, if health is greater than 0, this is correct. If health is greater than 0, then we're going to health. We're going to decrement the health, so that way it takes away exactly 1, and then sets the health to what it's supposed to be. We're going to close this out because it doesn't want to understand what I want it to do. This is the last little bit that we're going to toss in here, and I'll see about testing it here before we completely sign off, but we're just about done. We're going to wrap up here. So if health is greater than 0, we're going to want to decrement that health. And we're going to want to... I think that's it, actually. Taking the damage like that is fine. The game manager can handle if we are supposed to like be dead or not. But I think testing. We're gonna print space health remaining exclamation mark, but then right before that we're gonna put health. Health plus health remaining. So what that'll do is it'll print this value as a string. And then it will add onto that string that we were printing there. It'll add a space and then health remaining, so that way it'll show the number, the words, and it'll be good. We made that a public void on our player, which means that it's callable externally. So if we hit the player, if a laser hits a player, then we do first collision.game object dot get component. What the hell is the player script called again? Oh yeah, Pong player. Whoops. We get component Pong player. What we're going to go ahead and say here is Pong player paddle is equal to the collision.gameObject. Oh, right. Get component. Pong player. There we go. I did it right. So we're going to get the component of the Pong player from the player, and we're going to save it as a temporary variable called paddle, and then we're going to say paddle dot take damage. Also, we're gonna change that health being public thing. This needs to be a serialized field and private int health, so that way it can't be accessed externally. And if they want to damage me, they have to do so by using the public void take damage function here. And that honestly takes care of that on the player side. Takes care of that. Oh, wait, no, it doesn't. Yes, it does. I don't need to input an amount. It's always going to decrement by 1. So the paddle will take damage, and that's that. Oh, it should also instantiate the thing. Right. Right. So then technically, first things first, we want to do a var explosion, which is going to be equal to an instantiation of our explosion. Nope, sorry, that's the wrong one. Oh, wait, it is. We need the game object explosion, not this one. Variable explode effects is going to be equal to an instantiation of our explosion at transform 1 second. It's the prefab where I want it to fire from quaternion identity. Okay. Right. But since this is happening from the collision point, where did I get the hit information before? In the player? Yeah. Collision get contact point. It's equal to... You know what? That's good enough. I'm not going to use the actual like hit information. This is going to be fine. And then we contact point as the spawning location. We do a quaternion dot identity for rotation, and then transform to indicate who owns this, which would be I own this laser. No, Space Laser is going to own the explosion. And the reason we went through the trouble of instantiating and creating it as a variable that we control is so that way we can destroy it. Let's see, is your streaming schedule this semester going to be Sundays and Tuesdays at 6 p.m.? Not necessarily. I'm still trying to figure out exactly where I want to balance the scheduled time. So right now it's just kind of whenever I say I'm going to stream at the end of a stream, or if I put it out in the Discord. Honestly, by this weekend, I should know a little bit better, because, you know, you can never really gauge things off the first week of school. Things are going to be different the first week. People are going to be like, all right, slow startup, make sure that we all know each other's names and stuff, and then they take off sprinting as of week 2 and on. So as of right now, I know that I don't want to actively schedule a stream on days where I am attending class in person. So Thursdays are out, and possibly Mondays are out. I'm not entirely 100% sure about Mondays, but I know for a fact that Thursdays I have to show up in person, and I also have a Zoom version of class on Wednesdays that I attend. So whenever I have to interact with people like in class and on a class capacity, I wind up like overperforming, burning out my social abilities, and I just don't want to deal with anyone afterwards. I just kind of want to decompress and process the things that I learned in the day. So we'll scratch off Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday, because those are days that I have class in person. So we can probably assume that I can safely stream Tuesdays, Fridays, maybe Sundays. I'm going to say Tuesday, Friday, Sunday for right now. Thank you for making me think about that, because I really do need to put out the schedule. So for right now, we're going to say Tuesday, Friday, and Sunday, with Sunday being tentative. I'm going to type it into the Discord. Tuesdays, Fridays, and Sundays, tentative. At approximately 5 p.m. because typically I want to start at 5. I usually wind up starting at 6 though, because I've been pushing myself a little too much. But that's now in the upcoming streams channel. I'm going to find a way to link my upcoming streams channel in the Discord with my YouTube, because since I am using this primarily on YouTube now through OBS, I have the ability to schedule my broadcasts, and then I can hopefully find a way to sync that up. But here's the laser script. That's there, so should be fine. Explode. Pong paddle, take damage. Okay. And then, let's see. Oh, I don't need to put var. I need to put destroy dot, rather destroy explode VFX at float T. So we're gonna say 1 second. And then we're going to have it destroy this .game object in less than a second. It'll be an instant thing for destroying this one. Okay. All right. I was gonna say I'm gonna go pee and then we're gonna test it, but honestly, it's past 10 o'clock. We're gonna end it here, and if it works, it works. If it doesn't, well, I'll make sure that people know. So we're going to go ahead and hit the end scene here, and I want to go ahead and give thanks to those that participated in the stream today, including but not limited to Abman and Darklight. Thank you both very much for being here. I appreciate you guys. It's always good knowing that even if there's one, even if I see that there's no one here, I think to the future, and I think of times where, you know, I might release something, someone thinks it's cool, and then they want to start looking back at my stuff. So that's why I talk even if there's no one in here, or at least I try to. It just makes it that much more special to me when there's actually people here that I am talking to. So thank you, really, for being here. And on that note, we're going to call it done for today. We now know that we have an extra week to work on this, so expect some crazy stuff down the line for this upcoming week for Portal Pong. And until the next one, ladies and gentlemen, stay frosty.